everybody. Back for another day of streaming Civilization 6. We are playing as Simon Bolivar and trying to go for a conquest victory. You might notice between this one and the last video, I changed the layout a little bit. I don't know if this is what I'm going to want to stick with or not, but I'm just kind of, playing around with it, and we will see what I end up liking and sticking with eventually. I don't know. I might do something like this going forward where the game is in a little bit more of a window. That way, webcam, chat, all of that isn't covered more. I don't know. We'll just kind of, see how things go over time. Quick recap, if you didn't catch the first part of this or watch the highlight or and are now getting ready to kill the Scythians up north. While I'm doing that, I'm domestically. You can see a few pins here. I've got one marked out right here in order to put a city down. There was previously a city right here. This just was going to be a much better going for, which is going to be rushing. I'm trying to production over something like faith. And then similar thing where my warrior is right here. This was the remains of a city-state that I didn't particularly care about. And they ended up dying because this gives me a +4 campus right here. More instead, settle a new city right here, the campus. In order to, we have Pellet City, and that, and that is going to, over time, grow the city. Plaza down, that we can get the building that gives a settler bonus as well. Because if so, district down right now actually. District good adjacency bonus. Unfortunately, hub that could go along. A few more districts could leverage for a actually planning on setting this region up right. Out over here. Stuff. My warrior great, but it all that high in the grand scheme. This guy right here in Columbia, up the yeah. The one was a side, and maybe you'll get him up to their firepower quite a bit. Are would kind how about now? I had noise suppression on, and it looks like it just wasn't picking anything else up now. Cool. Well, I appreciate you letting me know. All right. So next turn, I'm gonna go up here and just start moving archers. If I see any barbarian camps along the way, I'm probably just gonna kill them, get some free money. Yeah, it's pretty tough watching a silent stream, especially if I'm like sitting around talking a whole bunch as well. Kind of hard to follow then. So I definitely get where you're coming from there. All right. Excellent. Let's see, this builder has 3 charges. I don't really think he has a whole lot to do. My day was pretty good. Uh, just typical day, really. Yeah, I didn't really do a whole lot. I went out to lunch, and that was about it. A few jobs I applied for got back to me about potential interviews and all that. So, good day overall. was your day? Right here, I am going to continue the previous plan of going for bronze working. I'm not going to have the spearman this era for city-state. Actually, no, there isn't a spearman anymore because I killed that city-state. So I just need trade routes. Either way, I'm going to go for bronze working here. Get encampments. They can be pretty good to help guard things, especially since they have zones of control. Like an encampment here really kind of protects Pella. Okay, now I can remove these woods. Really like here is to I'm going to switch to currency. I really just need to get trade routes going. I think I was originally planning to do commercial hubs yesterday anyways. Got one settler. Gonna go for the other one. Just send this guy north, just because it's going to be a little bit longer to travel to that one. So this will get the two cities up a little bit quicker. And I might have to buy this tile for another chop. We'll see. I might do it anyways just for the government plaza. Oh wow, learning Latin. I can definitely not do that. I like to joke that I took 6 years of Spanish 1. Foreign languages are definitely not my thing. I think I'm going to use this builder to clear out these marshes. That'll get me a little bit of food on the second city once it's there. And it looks like Scythia is about to put down a third city. I could declare on them now and hope they retreat, or I can just kind of hope they put in a good spot. I'm probably better off just hoping for the retreat and then actually just getting to put the settler wherever I will actually want it to go. Surprise war there. Hopefully this wasn't a mistake. Military strength, I'm absolutely crushing them. Looks like I'm crushing them in every metric. Actually, science, culture, military. So probably not a whole lot to worry about from them. I could send an envoy here. There's not really anything I really want to send one for. So I'm just going to hang on to it. Yeah, I've known a couple of people who have learned Latin. They told me it was kind of rough. What do you have to learn Latin for? it's just like a general requirement for German. That's kind of rough. A lot of university programs here in the U.S. all have foreign language components too, but not all of them. Mine didn't. I did computer science though, and it's pretty common that they don't require a foreign language. Sometimes they do, but like I said, it's not really overly common. For this archer, I'm going to move onto the hill so that the warrior can't attack me. And then I'm going to kill the barbarian. And then this archer, I can use him as backup if I have to, or I can try and level like this one. Prefer the XP to go to this guy as much as possible though. Same thing, I can move onto this hill and that way their warrior can't attack. I am going to attack here though because I messed up with how I moved and they can potentially retreat and attack my archer. So if they do that, I prefer to have them to have a little bit less strength when I do it. Auto mod's on like the max settings. A few other streamers I watch all do that. I'm probably just gonna leave it like that because it's a little safer to have that way. But I don't know. We'll see. Still kind of feeling things out. I think I was looking in the settings and I saw you can do like some permitted terms and stuff too, and I haven't really set any of that up, so it's all on like default strictest ones. Let's have the settler over here. Yeah, that's kind of my thinking, but I don't mind having the auto mod there either, so I can just kind of, allow things if they're okay and deny them when they aren't. I haven't really kind of settled on what I want for like chat content level. Like, do I want it to be like strictly work safe or like one of the people who, do like PG or PG-13 or that as far as like, level of language that people are allowed. I haven't really decided yet, so I just leave it strict for now and then see what I'm eventually okay with. All right, now I really do want to just get districts down before they get too much more expensive. I could do a preserve. I think that opens up a boost or two later on. And I don't really have many like good options right now as far as districts go in this city. If I were to do that, I believe they culture bomb. So I could maybe like put a district over here. If I did that, I could then feed a bunch of the land over to this other city, and that would help it out. And if I did that, I'd probably want over here. That way I can have the deer. And I'd maybe be able to put down Artemis. Be able to fill in some land as well. Or I could build it up here, which wouldn't really do as much. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do this. Really, this is just because it'll get me a boost later and I can actually leverage that culture bomb right now. I am going to be putting a commercial hub down as well over here, and that leaves me one other district. And I think that's probably just going to be an encampment. So let's actually mark those out right now so I don't forget. Is this one actually going to be able to do a dam anywhere? Doesn't look like it. No dam or aqueduct, so it's going to be pretty awful to try and do an industrial zone. I guess I could do a lot of land, though, for wonders, in which case any of these three is fine for a commercial hub. Maybe like commercial hub here, theater, and then that would give me a bunch of options for wonders. Or I put the theater right next to the city so I can get that adjacency. That sucks. I'm kind of lucky where I live. We have really good internet here. Um, yeah, it's pretty fast and pretty cheap, so I don't have issues that often. Although last couple months, like it'll hit like a day or two where it just suddenly doesn't have any speed whatsoever. Are you not a fan of Germany? Yeah, I think that's true of everywhere. I had a in my previous job had I had a coworker who came over to the U.S. from Germany for like 2 weeks for a work thing, and he was telling me some stories, and it was I don't know, it was a trip. He was telling me about like your stores and stuff and how different they are. It was actually around this time of year as well. So we took him into a Walmart, and he absolutely lost his mind at the fact that he was able to buy a 30-pound bag of candy, and it was like $5 or something. And he said it was more than like he had bought for his entire family in like the last 5 years. So he bought it just as like a joke, and then he was somewhat amazed and then also somewhat disturbed that like right next to the candy aisle was a gun aisle. He's like, "Wow, all the stories of America are true." Yeah, I can see that. Things not being modern. Uh, I do have to say, though, I am jealous of German working hours. Yeah, no one needs that much candy. It's insane that people are able to do that. I think he had to even empty out a big chunk of it before he was able to get on the plane, just because it put his baggage overweight, and he still had, so much left over. Yeah, that 35-hour week. It's a lot harder for you to be fired and lose your job. Um, Whole German Work Council stuff, I know a very small amount about, just knowing it exists. But it does sound like it helps workers quite a bit, though. It gives you a lot of stability, it seems. I think I'm going to go with one of these two tiles for the government plaza. There are like 100 people spamming me in Discord. I'm hoping like all that noise isn't going through. Um, yeah, let's go with. So if I put the plaza on one of these two tiles, either of these tiles allows for an aqueduct and then industrial zone next to it, but I'm not going to be able to dam it. I think we can go with this tile because it gives me the most flexibility in case resources pop and block things. And then I think I might want one more settler out of the city as well here. Or maybe I do it after this one, because they are getting a little bit expensive to make. Yeah, I was very jealous of the 35-hour weeks. I was in that job, I was doing game development and I was working like 90 hours a week at the time. So I was hearing stories of, 35-hour weeks and I was just very jealous. Oh, that's cool. I haven't been to Finland. I've only been to Europe for a few weeks. And I mean, it was mostly in the Netherlands. Uh, but from everything I've heard, Finland is pretty nice. All right, let's get this district down, and then I don't really need to build the district now that I've actually got it planned, because that locks in the price. So I am then going to switch over and get it something that'll be a little more valuable, like the monument. Maybe the granary afterwards. We'll see. I kind of want the city to just focus on growth for a little bit, though. I could move Magnus um, before I harvest these. That'll get me plus 50%. I guess if I'm not making a settler just yet, that would be fine. We'll have to wait 5 turns, but it'll be worth it. Wow, that's a pretty late Great Bath. Okay, so it looks like I got a whole bunch of free era score there as well. I'm going to switch my government before I do the dedication. Actually, no, because if I do the dedication, I'll get the policy cards. I really like monumentality, but I'm not going to have the faith for that. I might have the gold to do a couple of them. Inquiries, I never really make a whole lot of, although if I am going to be doing commercial hubs and harbors, that does give me a lot of extra science. Yeah, why not? I don't do this one very often, so we'll do something different. And then could backfill these texts if I want. I know I want bronze working regardless. I'm probably going to need masonry at some point. Math is also a pretty good one. Consulates are nice. I have that desert to the west for Petra. And I do need to get harbors. Let's get harbor first because I have districts to lock in. And then for civics, no, that's not insulting at all. A lot of people have that viewpoint about not wanting to move to America. Uh, I can see like why people wouldn't want to. I mean, I live in America. It's what I'm used to. There's things I like about it, things I don't. I think that's true of anywhere that people live. And I mean, there's parts in other countries too that I'm jealous of, but also parts that I probably wouldn't like. Yeah, it's dangerous, but a lot of that also depends on where you live. I live in an area that has basically uh, no crime whatsoever. So I mean, here it's very safe. A lot of the stories when you hear about things being dangerous is areas that are just fundamentally more dangerous to begin with. So you get more stories from them. Remember, America is a pretty big place. We have 50 states. Every single one of them gets run slightly different. Inside of that, you have cities, you have rural areas, and you have different neighborhoods and all of that. Rich areas, poor areas, and there's not really like just a uniform level of safety anywhere. I think I'm going to take autocracy here. That way I can just do one of each policy. The diplomatic policies are kind of weak at the moment. Uh, but I would kind of like to just start banking a few more envoys. Wild card. I don't know, I should probably look at what great people are available before I decide on the wild card. Um, Scientist is okay, but not great. No one's really going for religion at all this game, so it's fine. It's a pretty nice merchant that's up for sale, or like up for claims. I think I can get a merchant here. No, I can't. Alright, well, I'll go for a scientist until I can get a merchant. Uh, one production in all cities is still probably the best thing I can be doing since I'm not pumping out too many builders yet. And then the combat strength versus barbarians is getting a little bit worse. I, I can go for saving some gold, or it's one of these three. That I couldn't tell you. I don't know when you would really ever use Latin, unless it's like I know. Well, I guess I don't know how it works in Germany. In the U.S., I think lawyers have to take classes on Latin because a lot of legal concepts originally stemmed from that, and they'll use Latin names for them. I I don't know what else actually like almost always requires Latin. I guess maybe some of the scientific disciplines like biology or something, since a lot of names are in Latin. But I don't know. I really could not tell you why you would need to know that. So I do actually need to be able to harvest this quarry in order to put my commercial hub down. So let's just get that real quick and then go back to the harbor. Actually, no, because I need to put the harbor down first to get the bigger bonus on commercial hub. Actually, no, I'm confused. It doesn't matter. It's the order that it finishes that matters. Not the order I start it. So yeah, this still works out. It looks like they pulled their settler back to make a city right here. It's not bad for me. Let's keep moving up. Yeah, sometimes you unfortunately have to learn things that don't matter. It's kind of a waste of time. That's one of the bigger criticisms I see from people when it comes to any sort of education is you end up spending a lot of time, money, effort learning things that don't necessarily relate to what you want to do. And I don't really think anyone's figured out a good way around that since so much education tends to be general and tries to support multiple professions. Oh, heavy chariots are out for barbarians. Yeah, I don't know if I'd agree with your teacher. I do think that a lot of education requirements for jobs get overstated, but a lot of times too there are actual useful things that you still have, if not have to learn, that you at least can learn. When I was in school, all of our teachers would tell us that we had to learn a whole bunch of math because in the real world, none of us would have calculators in our pockets, and now everyone has a cell phone that actually is a calculator in their pockets. Um, so a lot of times you can't really predict how things will change in the future. Uh, That I couldn't tell you. I ran into similar issues sometimes. I had to take a lot of calculus as part of my education when really all we needed was like one formula that we'd learn in the entire semester and learn how to actually like do. And I think there's definitely like a bit of inflation on what classes they give people and say that they need. All right, so I can put my commercial hub in right here. I think this is a +3 for city center plus harbor. And the harbor will also be +3 for this +1 resource. So neither of them are going to give me like a bonus. Doesn't really matter what order they finish in, or just if they do eventually finish. And so if I were to make a builder, like make a builder and then maybe try and chop it, I don't really gain much. I'll just build this very slowly. Okay, I do have a trade route up. Probably get a pretty safe trade route from like Bogota down to here, or like Pella to there. The one over to Auckland is going to need a lot of protection still. I can't reach there. So let's transfer it to Bogota and just see how the road network would look. So I'm going to move this guy up just so that I have 3 archers in range next turn. Start getting a warrior over there. Yeah, I honestly don't know a whole lot about like zookeeping and applications for that. I can think about it in terms of education. I do know where I could actually put formulas like that to use without having an actual coordinate system when like doing computer programming. But I don't really know how it would be relevant to your job or for your planned job. I'll pull this archer back just so I can maybe start clearing out these barbarians that are spawning. The barbarian outposts. Let's move over that one. Move my general up first. He's one of the unique generals that you get as Grand Columbia. Every era you get a general. Uh, they all have unique passives, and you can also retire them for some unique effects. Uh, I'm doing that here. Yeah, I can see that. And with this adrenaline range, I can just get a little bit more strength on these when I knock the city down. Another promotion for that guy, I might take like the third promotion on the right hand side since the crossover on archers is kind of late. The general does give more movement as well, so this warrior can take the city next turn, I believe. Got masonry, so back to celestial navigation, and I want that stone harvested. Wherever my builder went. All right, lock the commercial hub in. Okay, I was hoping I could maybe like apply those the production towards the commercial hub, but I wasn't able to. So that also killed my builder. So I'll let this guy sit there and heal. Oh, there's a scout there. Okay, well, he can't get my builder this turn anyways. So I could make that road. Don't really have a unit over there to protect it from that scout, though. Probably got the archer there in time. It'll be what? 2, 3, 4. 6 or 7 turns before it's a threat. I can always use this scout as well, I suppose, if I really need to. I'm not really set up to get a boost on either games and recreation or drama and poetry. I am going to need them for these later texts. Drama leads to religious stuff, which is not really what I'm after here. And I'm probably going to be the tech leader by enough that the Great Library isn't overly useful for me. It'd be more about having the great works of writing slots. Uh, Mausoleum, though, is one of my favorite wonders. It's just so strong if you get it. Um, that extra charge on all the engineers pays for itself. So I think I'm just gonna research through games and recreation. Maybe I luck out and get a boost on drama and poetry somewhere before I actually finish researching it. I'm gonna move this guy up here because I'm not really planning to attack with him. I like both of these archers to get some XP. And then, oh, 3 moves. I thought he was going to get 4 from the special general. Guess not. Okay, well, we'll be taking the city next turn then. Can I? Looks like I can't surround it enough to get zone of control, so it doesn't heal. My warrior is holding his own here. I think he can probably survive another turn. And the scout isn't nearby here, so I'm going to start moving marsh. I'll probably need to remove this forest as well so that I can put that down as a second district. Banana might be a problem too for my aqueduct now that I think about it. That's XP. I got a promotion, and then my warrior's just going to attack. Oh, shoot. I did not mean to attack there. I was just checking its hit points and was going to heal. Oh well. As far as the city goes, there's no fresh water here. District adjacencies are pretty poor. In general, I don't really like having cities that are one tile off of coast, unless I'm not planning to make harbors, but I do want harbors this game, so this city is just really not where I want it to be. Looks like this city is going to be able to shoot back at me though with their archer, so I'm going to take it pretty quickly. So probably not going to be much XP farming on that one. In here, I can clear the marsh, but it's a truffle. It's going to be a good food tile. And I'll lose 1 food on a tile if I clear it. So I'm probably just going to, I guess, build whatever the improvement is. Since there's a road going through it as well, it's not going to interrupt any sort of movement. going to move my warrior up to try and give a support bonus. I think my archer is going to have to back out after it gets attacked one more time. That'll be okay. Oh, sorry to hear your head hurts. Is it just like a migraine or just general headache? This one I think I'm going to take up the volley side. There's a possibility the one with double attack just doesn't get merged with anything. Oh, that's a builder. It's too bad. I hope you feel better soon. Maybe it's just stress from having to learn Latin. This city's a little more keepable. It's kind of close to their capital, but that's okay. I don't mind having a lot of terrain overlap. I'm gonna have the pearls, a little bit of food. Hi, Lisa Jean. How are you? I'm just playing Civ 6 here. You can see on the top of the thing, Grand Columbia, going for a conquest victory. It just wiped out the Greeks not too long ago, on the verge of taking out the Scythians right now. And then I don't know who else is on the continent for me to wipe out. It's a standard size map, so there should be 5 more civilizations out there. I just haven't met them. I'm guessing there's going to be a lot of them on another continent. So with this city at 13 strength, it means it probably doesn't have anything in it for a guard. So I'm just going to move right up, bring my archers, use this archer to garrison so that this city doesn't flip, hopefully. So I play a lot of stuff. I'm brand new to streaming. Haven't really figured out what I want to be streaming, what I don't want to. But as far as like actual gaming taste, it's pretty general. I play a bit of strategy games. I like non-strategy games too. Elden Ring is one I really like. Civ 6 is actually not a high up one on my list, but it seemed like an easy one to stream just to get used to things. I like a lot of retro games too. Sometimes speed runs, sometimes just playing them. A lot of like NES and Super Nintendo games. Uh, I also kind of like builder games. I think they're just sort of fun to just hang out and just chill a little bit. I like Terraria, Valheim, Satisfactory. few of those. I played V Rising. I may or may not stream that one at some point in the future. Um, Maybe, I don't know. This is my third day streaming now. Uh, haven't really decided like how much variety I want to do yet. To be perfectly honest, I'm probably going to be going that route though. I don't think I'll stream Civ 6 forever or anything. Um, After Civ, I don't know. I'm thinking maybe. Uh, I don't know. I was thinking maybe like I don't know, but we'll see. Um, Older games are definitely what I like a little bit more. Yeah, I'm brand new to streaming. This is my third day of streaming total ever. So very, very new. Mostly, I have always watched streams. I've not done any of my own. Clear this out, and then get the commercial hub down. Oh, I don't have the population yet. Thanks. I would definitely like to grow the channel. We'll see how all that goes. Um, but yeah, I mean, I think everyone always wants to grow their channel. So, yeah. Uh, where was I? This city's losing a lot of loyalty. It's going to flip in 2 turns, actually. I'm trying to move Magnus, but I don't think he'll be able to establish before the city flips. I am from the eastern U.S. Right now I'm in Ohio. But I move around a bit here and there for work, so I could always be somewhere else in a few months. Never really know. I'm currently between jobs, so like essentially wherever my next job is at is where I will be. STEM games and recreation here. Okay, there's no way I'm going to be able to keep this city from flipping. Probably better off just trying to not lose my archers. Yeah, I'm in Ohio. Hoping to actually end up in the West Coast again in the future, but you never know. How do you like Texas? I've applied to a few jobs there. Nice to meet you too. Oh, put my general here. Hopefully, I can protect him a little bit more. And this guy, he'll be on a hill. If I go on the flatland, it might make it a little bit harder for something to attack my hurt archer. Um, I don't really know what a good game for streaming purposes is, to be perfectly honest. Like I said, I'm new to this as well. Uh, I think everyone's general advice is just play stuff that you enjoy and be yourself and see if when people who actually like you will stick around. I think that the one thing I that does seem to be consistent is people tend to recommend not playing large games because they're just too saturated and you'll never like gain any traction. Off these mount pins for a little bit so I can figure out what I'm doing. This archer is I should have been healed more. I try and attack this city down for XP to heal him. He should gain about 8 points a turn. Which would be like 8 turns of attacks to get a promotion heal. I think I just need to heal for a turn. They did unfortunately get 2 horse archers, which I think that's from their special ability. When they make one, they get 2. But I thought they had to have an encampment for that. So I'm not sure why they got it this like just now. Because it doesn't look like they have an encampment. I'm getting surrounded though, and that's not good. These are some hills, so this guy can retreat there and be safe for a turn. But that's only if this thing dies. Oh no, these aren't hills. I'd have to have my warrior pull back. I've seen some people do art channels. They're pretty cool. There's one that I would watch a lot in the past that did like Bob Ross style painting. That was kind of fun to just watch every now and then. I would like sit at work and watch it. Um, yeah, so this game, I think tips for it would be there's all sorts of different victory options and special game modes. So I think that like when you first get into it is to try and match a civilization to the easiest victory types. Some things are easier than others. Like the one I'm playing right now gets no real bonuses for religion, so you don't really want to go for a religious victory here unless you just want to challenge yourself. Whereas someone like uh, the Arabians, I forget the leader's name, Saladin, I think, uh, has a really strong bonus towards religion and kind of like a secondary bonus towards warmongering. So either of those are good options, and you don't really want to be trying to go for like science or culture or something with them. Uh, I think that if you're trying to play just in general and take games as they go, stick to the leaders that are just very generalized. Uh, and that way you can just kind of like do whatever the game throws at you. Otherwise, you're trying to like customize a game. There are also different game modes. Uh, I'm using a couple of the special ones right now. Um, One of them is like corporations monopolies, which I'm using. Secret societies is an interesting one. It kind of gives you something cool to do throughout the game, but it's also just incredibly overpowered. You'll drop the game difficulty by about like 3 or 4 tiers just by turning it on. It's so good. So you can kind of do those sorts of things to customize as well. Let me see if I actually have it. The options. I don't think I do. Okay, mods in use. Heroes and Legends is what I'm using right now, where I can make various heroes. Like you can see here, I got a devotion to Beowulf if I want to make him. I made Hippolyta earlier in this game, who's another hero that's really strong. And they're just the heroes are very strong units. They have unique effects. Almost every single one of them is far stronger than regular units can be. So I think that they're kind of good for learning the game, or if you just want to have fun. So they're a good way to get into it. I'm gonna go with this tile for my commercial hub. Thank you. Yeah, Cape and Mir, have a good rest of your day. Thanks for chatting. Thanks for watching. If I put my commercial hub here, I can go like theater district here and then have like wonders adjacent to the city. Oh, Lisa, if you're still here, another really good tip is when you put your districts down, you really kind of want to plan them out. Uh, I'll pass for now. I don't think I have links enabled on Stream Chat, so wouldn't really be able to link it. If it's on like your profile or something though for Twitch, I can take a look at it later. Um, Anyways, as I was saying, your districts, what you really want is high base values. This campus I'm making right here gets +4 without having any like libraries or anything. So you get 2 here, and then 1 on each of these mountains. And it's really important to try and specialize your cities around those high base values. I have a personal Discord. I haven't set one up for my stream yet. I probably will in the next few days. I'm kind of debating like when the right time to do that is. So otherwise, I don't really have one right now because I didn't want to like just post my Discord handle randomly. Um, Going here for the ancestral hall for the settlers in the city, and that's because I was planning to just leave Magnus in here. Sure. Yeah, I'll add you in a little bit. Maybe like after my stream or something, which I think will go for another 90 minutes. So I have one title. He's not really going to be very good for a little while for anything else, and this one's probably not going to be great either. Aquaculture for the fisheries could be pretty nice. Um, if I put a bunch of fisheries down in like these coastal cities, I would need a lot of builders for that though. My other option would be to start leveling Pingala or Victor. I don't really have a good city for either of them. Uh, Pingala really wants a bunch of wonders or like relics and stuff. I'll do it after the stream. I can't tab over to Discord just yet. Sorry. But yeah, I'll add you, and you can just like, get back to me after you wake up. Um, I think I am going to try going for the aquaculture. I don't do this very often, so I'll just do something a little different. Does mean the city's going to need to focus a lot more on making builders, though. Yeah, sure. You can just type it in chat. That's fine. Or you can get back to me on Discord after I add you. Either one. All right, so my warrior here, he can probably take one more attack, and then I'll have to pillage for that 50 health. This guy just needs to hang back and heal. These guys got yet another warrior, and they're going to flip. So I'm going to take him up and try and start making our way to that city. And hopefully this archer can like provide some backup soon. Um, no, I'm gonna pass on that. I've got people who can do artwork for me already if I need. So I've already told them like they can do the artwork for my channel if I end up needing it or when I end up needing it. Thanks for the offer though. Yeah. Yeah, I'll add you after the stream. So I have more envoys here. Um, could add one envoy onto Muscat right now, and that would bring their units into the war here on my side. I could also add 2 envoys to either of these, or to this one. Let's see, is there any bonuses on these? One production on water tiles is pretty nice, especially if I pair that with the fisheries from Liang. Kind of want to do that, but I don't want to spend the 2 envoys on it, especially since I don't have builders. Maybe in one more turn, this guy will be healed enough that I can attack with him. Oh, maybe not. So I could build the farm here, but I think that what I'd probably want to do instead is go in the water and build some of those fisheries I had available. Move out that warrior. Move in this one. The warrior that was chasing me can't attack me here next turn, and then the archer will be able to finish him off to protect my warrior. This guy's probably able to absorb an attack or 2. Could try and run down here to stop the city from healing. But at the same time, this guy's still kind of weak enough that he would die in one attack that goes poorly. I'm just going to heal for another turn. Go for defensive tactics to open up Mausoleum. So I really would like to get that wonder if at all possible. I think I can pillage this maze for food, or for 50 health as well. So we'll see after I kill that other guy. What do I have for policies now? Profits, generals. First envoy counts as 2. I have at least 1 on everything, so that doesn't help me. Leave policies as they are. Let's move up. I think I'm going to Try and take the city in the next 2 turns. This warrior should be probably okay to take 1 more hit. I am going to need to move the general up a tile though so that everything gets a bonus. And then, oh, Pella finished its plaza. And there's a warrior messing with me. Okay. I could buy an archer to protect it. He wouldn't be able to attack until next turn. It's probably just going to be getting pillaged. I'm going to go with a commercial hub here, since this cattle would then open up a potential Great Zimbabwe on one of these, I think. It's always kind of touchy for the tile it can go on. And with that locked in, I think I'm going to switch over to a wall for a turn or 2 until I can go back to making what I actually want. Stretched a little thin here on units. Thomas is offering me money, so if I have to peace out here, I can. I'm kind of hoping I don't have to. I do have this marsh here to protect this archer on its approach. So, although their horse archer can attack me back, I think. No, they only have 1 attack distance, maybe. So they might not actually be able to counterattack me. Okay, so he'll be able to pillage the maze. But I might be able to just take their city this turn here like I was hoping. Alright, we'll keep that city. We are currently at 64 out of 70 to have a normal era. I'll have to shoot for 85 for a golden age, which is quite a bit. Now I've got 4 turns before this city reverts to a free city. So I'm hoping that I'll be able to retake that one within those 4 turns. I'm just going to use all of these charges here on fisheries. Actually, maybe I don't use all of them. Maybe I just I move Liang now in case the city needs loyalty. Let's see. No, it's getting 17 a turn. We're good. Let's see. The reason I'm using all these builder charges on the fishery right now is that if I move Liang to another city, I can't put them down anymore since the bonus is only within that one city. So because of that, I'd kind of like to just max out one area as much as I can. I might end up buying one or both of these reefs before I move Liang. I do have 2 charges on a builder right here that I can use. And that would leave this city in a pretty good spot, especially if I get the Auckland city-state bonus here, which I can probably do something like Bogota buy the market once the commercial hub is done for the one trade route, and then build the trader probably. And that'll get me the one trade route pretty quickly, so I can do it with one envoy instead of 2. This city is builds in 2 turns. It looks like it'll bring Thomas back into the game. I don't want that to happen. It is 2 turns, which means I'll get the city taken before it's able to flip. My trader just had a volcano explode on him. Fortunately, he didn't die. Let's get these ones XP first. They need it more. Alright, so we got those. There shouldn't be any loyalty pressure causing these to flip anymore. That should be good. We got all of these techs that we needed. Got a boost on iron working. Not that one, but I'm not really going to do very many mounted units. Engineering could be nice. Uh, Aqueducts are important. Machu Picchu isn't really a very high priority wonder for the AI. Uh, However, it's fantastic for humans if you're actually building your own cities because you can do a whole lot more with mountain adjacencies. So I think I'm going to go that route. And that'll also give me the aqueducts, which have a really nice adjacency bonus on industrial zones and actually make them worthwhile. So I'm going to get that one down. Put my monument there. And then I'm actually going to AFK for 1 minute here and get myself some more coffee. So I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Looks like my little AFK thing is not sized for my camera. But that's fine. It's a very temporary image, anyways. So back to playing. Just gonna let my archers over here heal, and same for everything else. See these builders. I could move Magnus up here, harvest the stone in the marsh, and give this city a pretty nice boost. Looks like it needs to get some districts put down as well. My options for that right now: harbors and commercial hubs, of course. I don't really have any good harbor adjacencies. I'm sorry, don't have any good commercial hub adjacencies. I do have some harbor adjacency, like right here, right here. If the harbor were here, a commercial hub could go here or here and get a +2. I do have a +2 for a campus here, which would let it would become +3 if I put the harbor and commercial hub down. I'd also be able to get, because the commercial hub would actually become +4 in that case, because you'd have 2 districts next to it and the harbor. So that could be pretty good. The harbor starts at +2. I think the splendid bonus is +3. So that would mean I want to get a campus down first. But I also just kind of want to lock in the harbor at a lower price. And we'll get everything repaired. This one also needs a district. +2 for a campus is okay. The harbor's good. The only spots for the commercial hub would either be right here on the campus or right here on the maze. Could also maybe be an encampment. But I think we're just going to put a harbor down to start. And I'll do that after the monument's repaired. My builders. Look at the pearls hooked up for luxury. And then probably use the remaining charge to harvest the marsh. Which means I need to move Magnus from here up to here. And I'm going to buy this reef so that I can. I guess I can't put a fishery on top of the reef. Okay, well, now I know. We have a couple shallow water tiles right here, though. I think fisheries get a bonus if they're next to a seafood resource. That's why this one's only 2 food, while these are 3. Which would mean this tile and this tile are the ones I want to improve. This warrior's healed. There's not really going to be any barbarians that spawn up here, probably. So I can just start moving them down. It'd be really nice if I could get some roads through here just for quicker movement, but that's going to have to wait until I have more trade routes. I do have a city to settle over here somewhere. maybe 2 cities, as well as like one up here and over here. So I'm going to have things for Magnus to do again once his stuff is set up. This city would be another good candidate for me to move Liang down to improve. Magnus too, for that matter, because Magnus I can harvest these marshes for a little bit more food, and like swap Liang in and get a bunch of fisheries. I can also get out to here and here for these fish. So this city is going to have a ton of food. I don't think my scout can upgrade yet. This is coast right here, it looks like. So there's not really any more civilizations to my west. The fact that I haven't met anyone to the east, and we know the coast is over here, makes me think that the remaining 5 civilizations are across 1 or 2 more continents somewhere. So I'm probably going to actually need the ability to cross oceans before I can meet them. Which means I just kind of want to fill in my land here as much as humanly possible. It's kind of unfortunate because I'd like more free cities. That's like the real value of being able to rush. But I'll just have to take what I can get. I did still get, I guess, 3 cities that I kept, and I burned 2 others. I've got a lot of improved tiles over here, so I'm going to move Liang. You get a mod for reassigning governors. Just to make it a little bit easier. Just keep all these barbarians clear. Looks like we just got the boost on math for specialty districts. Okay. All right, so my capital here can do the market, but it looks like it's pretty expensive to buy, so I can't just buy it outright. However, it does just build pretty quickly. Just noticed, I thought I had a chat box overlay in OBS, but it looks like it never actually started working. Guess that's just fix later. Thanks for figuring out how to get a stream to actually be set up. Right, Magnus is in, so we can harvest the marsh. This builder is running south. How many other builders do I have? Okay, just the one. I guess I can buy a builder here once Liang is in. I'll get me another 4 charges. Also go with military training here. Raid is a pretty nice policy, especially once I find the other civilizations and I can just coastal pillage them. Veterancy is also a great policy because it's a military one that I can use to boost production and in a way also boost my economy, since encampments and harbors both add production. It's one of the few military policies that do that. I also have another governor title here. I think I'm going to start going for Victor. One, he establishes a little bit quicker, so it's nice when attacking. But also, I really like his third ability. I'm just putting him somewhere for now. I guess his first ability is kind of nice if you're on the coast and you have to fight off barbarians. But his real ability is this one right here. You get an extra free strike. But more importantly, you get a free promotion on units that don't already have one. So if you make units of like one promotion type and then you make units of another promotion type and combine them for armies and corps, you can effectively add multiple levels to them rather than only adding one. And if you stack it correctly, I think you can get a second level of a promotion on them as well. I don't need the unit production here, so I'm going to go with limes. Similar idea to the harbor bonus one, where you get a production towards defensive buildings. And defensive buildings are walls, basically. I don't know what else. I don't even know if there is anything else, but you do get a production bonus on walls, and it is pretty substantial at 100%. So, like in Pella here, where I was getting kind of pillaged by barbarians, if I have the walls up, then all of a sudden I can shoot back at them and it's not an issue. So as long as I have this policy card in, which is really probably not something I want to leave up for very long. So I'm going to actually put some walls in right now. That way everything can be done within like 5 to 10 turns, and then I don't have to worry about it afterwards. The exception to that is going to be probably just the capital, so I can get the market in. then this one, I was planning to do another district. Which one was it? Okay, so it looks like it's going to do a commercial hub on this hill. My capital can also do another district, and I would like that to be an encampment. If I wanted the encampment to be able to leverage zone of control, I would probably want it to be like here would be okay, but it doesn't have a hill. Here is great, but it would be on top of coffee. Probably, we don't have a good spot for it. I'd want it to be somewhere over here where I can kind of like funnel units. So let's change these tacks. Confusing myself. So if I put the encampment right here, I could get adjacency on all of these and still have like 3 wonder slots. I think I would give up being able to build something next to a river. Whatever. I just kind of like to get districts locked in before resources block them, and well, they're cheap. See if there's anything else I can get locked in. This one can get its harbor. Okay. So that'll save us some hammers in the long run by committing up front. So I'm just going to be sending everything south and east. There is this little bit of fog, but I think that eventually one of these city-states is going to want me to make it a ship. And once I do that, I can explore. Since I do have a commercial hub now, though, I might do this one for Muscat, because I don't believe I'm anywhere near recruiting a great general. Okay, so I got Anasazi as well. Anasazi is absolutely broken. It's a really good one. Let's see if I can actually pull it up so you can see tooltips somewhere. Yeah, here we go. So what Anasazi lets me do is I can go into any tile that has a luxury or a bonus resource, and I can permanently remove it. It needs to be a resource that's not within anyone's borders, so it can't be within mine. It can't be within an enemy's, and I can get rid of it. I can do this, I think, 6 times per using Anasazi. And when you do this, you just get a whole bunch of science and culture. You can see there was like 135 science. So, I mean, you're talking like almost 7 turns worth of science compared to what I'm generating right now. Um, and basically, to put that in like perspective, how many turns these things are taking, divide that by 7, and it's like this thing's 15 turns. 2 charges of Anasazi would get it for me. So we're looking at like probably 4 or 5 technologies that it would complete, and it would do the same thing for culture tax, which is a very good deal. 35 turns to build, though, is quite a bit. Anasazi is very cheap if it's, like your first hero in the first era. Here, it's, a little less cheap, but still just as powerful. Like, you can see all of these quarries and stuff that I wouldn't be building anything on. I can just turn those into science and culture. So Pokrova, it might be worth building Anasazi before building the districts, since the districts are already locked in. And I think I've got a lot of stuff up there that I can harvest. In fact, we're just going to plan on doing that. I'm just going to double check, though, and make sure that the districts are actually in. And that way, as soon as the walls are done, I'll start on that. All right, so engineering is going to get its boost for ancient walls soon. So I can hold off there. I think I'm going to go towards apprenticeship. And I think I'm probably going to have my other scout die, which be kind of unfortunate because recon units get really strong later in the game if you can manage to level them up and promote them. I don't think that's going to happen here, though. Oh, it actually lived. So I might be able to just have it retreat. Build encampment. I do have one queued up, so I can get a boost there if I wait. Passive here on feudalism is really, really strong. Food is, better than just about anything. Naval tradition having the harbor adjacency bonus, getting 100% is also really good. The 100% district adjacency bonuses are your best late game policies by far. Early game here, it's not quite as good, but it's still pretty good. Alternatively, I can start catching up on drama and poetry, and this one's also a campus adjacency, which is probably a little bit better than the harbor adjacency, as the campus one would actually help me research more. So I think at this point we're going to go drama, then recorded history, and maybe switch once it's time to wait for a boost. Or maybe not, we'll see. We are, however, going to have the scout run and hope he gets away. And then have this archer get out of this mess of stuff. Well, I wasn't looking where I was moving. Um, move the scout near tiles that I should have known better. I should have actually looked where I was moving. So if this warrior moves for the scout, he's he's just gonna die. I could have avoided that. It's okay though. I'll make new recon units, and really I'm not going to be down anything long term because they're not going to be leveling for a while, and the free promotions off of Victor are going to make me stronger recon units than I had already because they were only like one promotion in. All right, got a campus that's done with +3 or better, so that's free era score. Those are really easy ways to get good era score, and as you can see here, I just got a ton of science out of it as well. I could build the library. That'd be a little bit more science there. And more importantly, it would give me a science great person point. Uh, what I'm really going to need, though, I think that this unmet player is going to probably rush by the scientist. It's a little unfortunate because Hypatia is a really good one. I'd get the free library, and it's a bonus to all libraries for the rest of the game. Um, very, very strong scientist. I don't have any real way to speed up getting a scientist, unfortunately. And they're getting 4 points a turn, which means they're probably running the policy and have a couple of libraries. That would also suggest that whoever this civilization is probably as advanced as me or more advanced. If I do get a chance to buy it with either gold or faith, however, I will. I'm just going to have to keep an eye on it every turn. But it's close enough that the AI will probably buy it, and they can as well. Mine sped up from 2 a turn to 3 a turn. So in 2 turns, I could potentially be able to get it. Not sure why it sped up. We did get the walls in and Pella, which is nice. Now, if barbarians approach, we'll be able to fire back. The walls on the rest of these, though, are taking a while. Pekrova got its walls also, it looks like. Once I get ahead on builders, I'm probably going to start like mass chopping this rainforest with Magnus. I'll get the hammers to or hammers. Doesn't sit for. I'll get the production to basically pay for the worker out of the charges, and then I'll get a whole bunch of food out of it as well. So that's usually a pretty good way to get builders, taking out rainforest and taking out forest with Magnus. Or with Liang, either one really. Liang gets you one charge, Magnus gets you 50% yields. They work out kind of similar. Doesn't mean I'm not going to have the money to buy a builder here like I was originally planning on. I guess if I don't get the great person, I can still do that. Here I can get the great person, and I'm going to. Well, this is also another absolutely fantastic scientist. Fortunately, no one else is near it for a while, and getting my free library is going to catch me up in great people points. So if I get a second library down, I should pretty easily win that race. We're now also at 70, so I need 15 more points. Wonders would be a really easy source of points, but I don't know that I have production for that. I think wiping out city-states is also another source of points, but I already killed one of them, and I don't really want to wipe out any of the rest of these. If I were going to wipe any out, it would be Leventa, because I don't really need faith, and their bonus is not really very good for me. But they're not really hurting anything, just being where they are. I was actually kind of hoping that the warrior would get the kill there. The archer attack alone was enough. Finding a tribal village is nice. Also have the barbarian camp here with another village behind it. So I'm going to have this archer mess with both of those. Food in place. I want to see something on Liang real quick. Okay, so if Liang's in the city, these fisheries also have +1 production. So yeah, this scientist, the library added +2 onto this. So you can see now science is up to 29. I think we were at 20 before the campus was in place. So, that's a pretty good bonus. We gained almost 50% science from that one district. This will update next turn. I should be getting 4 points a turn, just like my competition here is. And what would make this scientist so good if we get it is medic units happen a lot later in the game, so you can just kind of move them around and they give healing passively of 20 hit points if units don't move. Or you can activate it and the units gain 5 hit points a turn across the entire map, and that's for the rest of the game. Normally you heal, I think, it's either 5 or 10. I think 10 a turn in enemy land. So if you get that plus 5 a turn, you're healing 50% quicker, which is the same speed as in neutral territory. So that just really helps if you are being aggressive. Or if you can also just like siege one city down at a time and get the 20 hit points healing as well, which is also obviously very strong. Our wall killed a barbarian, so it's already paid for itself, basically. Since it would have taken just as long to repair this thing as to have made the wall. It did interrupt what we were planning to build, though, so I have to put that back on. Alright, so I have the tree, or the forest here to protect me. I'm probably going to have this archer shoot these guys before I move up for this village. So we've got a little bit of an Aurora Borealis going on here, with the weather effect. The warrior did move for me. Unfortunately, there's not really anywhere I can run that would let me run and attack. Especially since it has zone of control. I can move to this forest, though, in order to be defending on slightly better terrain, so I am going to do that. And then I'll attack. Alright, and we've now got our other trade route. Trade routes start off slow, but once you get a few of them going, you just get so much gold that it kind of snowballs. So this first one we have invested like, I think like 70 turns into total. But we'll be getting this one up now in just a couple more turns. And things will start getting a lot better economically here. I am going to let my warrior just heal. Okay, now here it looks like a warrior spawned behind me as well. And this actually works out okay because I have a promotion heal, but also I'll be able to retreat into flatland, or even back here, and get another attack on a warrior. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to promote heal first. I can go down the left side. I'm going to attack and just get something killed. Next turn, he's going to attack me, which is whatever, and then I'm going to move to this deer and counterattack. And that'll give me one turn of attacks without being hit. That's the way I was wanting that other attack to go, where both units were able to get some XP. I'm gonna run this archer down just in case I need a little bit of backup. I could just attack here. Um, Moving really only backfires on me if there's another barbarian. Like, has to be on this snow tile exactly. And what we saw before, there should just be the spearman, so I don't think there's going to be one. Okay, yeah. So I guess I don't have visibility now either. Which I wasn't expecting that to happen, but this is also still okay because I can just get a free attack on the spearman and they can't counterattack. I really need this warrior to get a chance to heal, or he's going to die. Oh, cool. I don't usually get Crater Lake in my games. In fact, this might be the first game I've ever gotten it in. That's a really strong faith tile. I'd be able to put a holy site next to it as well for also really good faith. It would give a +2 adjacency, which isn't bad. Up here, I can put like a holy site either here or here and get a +4 adjacency. I am probably going to want like one faith city, maybe two faith cities, just because buying heroes is done with faith after their initial build. And here I can run. If I ran my archer to right here, nothing can attack it. If I stand my ground, the spearman can't get me. The warrior can. I don't think the warrior can do much to me, though. It's going to be kind of weak. My archer here, I'm actually going to pull him back one tile. There's a barbarian on, I think, these furs, and I don't really want to engage it unless I get the first shot, hopefully. I'm just going to heal my warrior. That spearman's going to mess it up. So I have to take it kind of slow. Their warrior attacked into me, it looks like, and their spearman moved out. This is pretty much a best case scenario because the spearman isn't going to have the moves to attack my archer. So I just get a free attack here. That guy gets to heal. I'm not sure where the archer is now. I'm guessing it either crossed the river or went south. I don't think it would have moved up like one tile only. Apprenticeship is at the boost point. I think I have 0 mines right now. So I can't really get this easily. I need an entire builder basically committed to the boost. So we're going to go back and get engineering first. That's just a one-turn thing. I could get machinery afterwards since I've already got this done. Like, these are all boosted. That'd get me better recon, it'd get me better crossbow. I think that's the way to go until I get a boost on apprenticeship. I think that also gets me dams. Let me double check. No, I only get aqueduct. The dam comes from the buttress, which is going to need some naval tech, it looks like. And that'll be a lot easier once I have production to fund those boosts. Military training is going to wait until the encampment's done, so I'm just going to... I think I'm just going to start researching things up to the boost point. Civil service is the one here that is pretty passively going to hit what it needs. My capital here is approaching 10. Quencia has the food to hit 10 if I really need it to. If I tell it to emphasize that. So I'll probably get it soon. Speaking of Quencia, their walls are done. Commercial hub's almost done. So they'll be able to fight off these barbarians if they approach. So we're going to just take Victor here. Garrison commander is really good. He establishes in 3 turns. And normally your governor gives, I think, 8 loyalty to the city it's in, or 8 loyalty pressure or whatever. And his ability here gives other nearby cities +4, so it makes him really good at just keeping a bunch of stuff from revolting at once. And now we have a better policy. We give up 1 production in each city, which is not that much, honestly. If it was like 7 in one city, it'd be a lot different. And it can instead just get the district adjacency. I mean, 4 science is, it might not sound like a lot, but I mean, it is, you know, it's over 10% right now. It's like closer to 15% bonus of science. So when you think about it that way, it's really powerful. I'm going to leave this in. I'm going to leave the scientist points in. The writer would actually be really nice too, but eh. And I would like to swap this one out for something else, either like money or the one that is... Okay, we don't have the harbor one yet, and encampments. So this is still pretty good for now. I just wanted something up here on Twitch real quick, so you actually see like how many people are viewing and all that. So that archer did get the first attack on me. unfortunate. I think what I can do, though, is I can move to this defensive terrain and then counterattack. And that should leave me winning the exchange next turn. They got a warrior here. Not really a big deal because they still have to be vulnerable for an entire turn to attack me from the forest. So we'll just pick off everything else. So yeah, just like that, they move the archer up. They actually hurt me quite a bit. If I retreat to here, they're still going to be able to hit me. However, the warrior could cross over to right here and protect me. And this archer can't really stand his ground here. I could attack, like retreat and attack. Next turn they'll move here, which point I'd be able to like go into here and get a second attack. So I'd be able to attack the warrior twice before it can hit me. Or I can, just completely misclick and shoot it. I think there's like a setting, because I did that earlier and lost a warrior as well. I don't want to reload this turn because of that. Whatever. This guy needs to retreat up there, and then this warrior basically has to block the archer from moving up. And this warrior is not going to win a battle against flanking. So I think what I need to do here, I do have a defense modifier already. And try and move here so that I'm not getting flanked. And then I can like retreat back a couple tiles if I have to, I suppose. This archer's actually needed in multiple points right now, over here and down here. I think these guys have a path to retreat to Pella, though, if they need to. I also really hope this warrior doesn't die. Given that, I'm going to send this archer east. Okay, someone got pyramids. That's not really much of a surprise. I didn't really go for it. A second warrior appeared, as did a scout. This guy got pretty messed up as well. Next turn, this archer's movement range. If he advances one tile, he can shoot there, so he needs 3. I mean, this tile would be safe from the archer, as with this tile. I could move here, but I think that actually leaves me a little bit more exposed. You know, it gives me more options to avoid crossing river. This guy's just going to have to retreat back. And I'm actually going to go onto the flatland because that might open up a turn of healing I'm able to get. And this archer, because of my poor movement before, doesn't really have many options. He can do a lot of damage to the warrior, though. And I'm just going to have that as my out. This guy is healthy, so he can start dealing with warriors. If I attack right here, I'm going to get counterattacked, and he won't be healthy anymore. I'm just going to move to here. I'm not going to be able to be attacked next turn. Then I'm going to start running these guys back to safety to heal. Can do this attack. If it doesn't kill it, I lose my archer. But at least I'm nice and safe right here. I could go for this village, but I think that I really just want to heal while I know that nothing can attack me. And we're just going to basically keep moving right here so that their warrior cannot attack. I can upgrade here for 165 gold and the resource. Got plenty of iron in the stockpile. I wouldn't mind upgrading my unit. However, his maintenance would go up. And it is a lot of gold. There is a policy that gives a discount on upgrading, but it looks like I don't have it yet. So since I don't have it, I am just going to pay for that upgrade, get the era score for an iron unit. I'm doing this basically just because if I don't, there's a chance I might lose my units. I am getting overrun a little bit. Where do I have Magnus at? Right, Magnus is still up here. I'm going to rebase Magnus. This city is going to have settlers coming out again soon. So I want the governor that is good for that. And the bonus I'm going to get is 50% production, and then new cities will get a free builder. So that kind of refunds a big chunk of the production you put into it, minus the improved production. Like you can see here, 255 production for a settler, 93 for a builder. 50% production means that settler is really only about 2/3 as expensive. So, I mean, I don't know, you're looking at what? 1/3 of 255 is going to be about like 180 total. And then you're also going to get 93 as a rebate out of that also. So effectively, I'm paying 90 production total for a settler. And then the other nice thing about that too is that because Magnus prevents me from losing a population, I can just pump them out forever. Whereas normally you give up population. And by doing that, I'm going to be able to colonize pretty heavily to cover the rest of this land. I may have wanted to move my archer here before attacking. I don't really think that went through. So archer's going to take a little bit of damage. This one could attack the scout, but the little bit of XP I'm going to get is not worth just gaining health. I would do it if it would like get me a promotion heal. So I got this one to the boost. I could just keep advancing on it, but I don't really want to. I'm gonna start taking some of these others to the boost points that I need. Feudalism is a good one. Once I start pumping out builders, which the settlers are going to be free builders. So that'll get me what I want. Oh, my trader came after the encampment. Oh, I thought I had read on that. Okay, well, whatever. We're going to get a free envoy here in a moment. This warrior's just going to hang out where he is. And we've got Anasazi, so this is going to be a whole bunch of science and culture. I'm probably I'll take out these bonus resources. Probably take out this one as a bonus resource. Not sure if there's any others I'm going to want to remove offhand, but we'll find some. We just kind of have to find 6 that we want to delete. One that I could get rid of is this banana. Actually, no, I can't do that one because it has to be outside my borders. So I'm going to have to do something else to harvest that banana. Now the barbarian camp destroyed. As you can see, each camp is worth 2 era score. So it's kind of a good way if you have something of a military to just sort of run around and wipe out camps. There's a pretty fixed number of camps on the map at all times. So every time I delete one, one is going to be spawning elsewhere. So as long as I chase them down, I'm able to get basically infinite era score, which is kind of nice since they've more or less sort of stalled out here without having other people to attack and with just trying to get like an economy and stuff up. All right, looks like the walls are very nicely timed. That commercial hub finishes next turn, which means the scout would have been able to move in and pillage instantly had it lived. Or, I guess it still lived with 1 hit point. Well, maybe I won't get pillaged. Can always hope, right? The one risk of Anasazi is that you can actually advance the era really quickly on accident. I want to make sure that doesn't happen. So what I am going to do here, I think, is focus Anasazi on getting a couple of these later techs that I want. Military engineering could be nice because that opens up the encampment building. It also reveals Niter, which will kind of let me plan around resources a little bit better. Another possible option, Alhambra. Policy cards are very strong as far as wonders go, as far as anything goes, really. So those are good. I could also be going for my navy here because I do want these dams. And that's a lot of different directions to decide on, but they are all kind of along the same strategy of just getting a couple of key districts up and running. In this case, that's production districts through encampments and industrial zones. Okay, so the weak scout retreated. They might pillage my commercial hub, which would be unfortunate. We do also have the money now to do crossbows. So I'm going to pull my archer back slightly and plan for an upgrade to a crossbow next turn. My swordsman is not healed. In fact, he now has an upgrade to yet another unit type as well. I could either like run up here and maybe flank one of these, or I just upgrade him to the man-at-arms. I think just going to the man-at-arms is fine in all honesty. I'd rather have a couple of very powerful units in this situation. And we now have Victor at the unit producing stage as well. And what that basically means is we really want um, like a unit produce. He's always going to want to be sitting in a unit producing city. Right now, our only encampment is Bogota, so I'm going to move Victor over to my capital. Um, the capital doesn't really have a whole lot in the way of like districts and stuff to be building right now either. So we'll probably like after the trader go for a barracks and then maybe like try and pump out a few more units. This is also nice since at least at the moment it's sort of it's kind of like my wall on the eastern side, covering like this whole region. So having Victor enable like extra city strikes and stuff is kind of cool as well. Up either. I'll have to do that. That way I can swap out the policy card. Everything else has walls, which is going to be very nice for defense. This classical era here is ending a lot sooner than I thought it was going to. I wonder if I triggered that by making the man-at-arms. Given that, I definitely need to get this trade route to Auckland. That way I can get a new quest. That one's just been sitting there, and I kind of lost one on the previous era. But at the same time, I would also like to get a little bit more road out of it. I think Carcass is going to be too far away, but I can wait like a turn and try it on Pella to Auckland, see what happens there. Like I would like it to just go north and then east. And if it doesn't, I can probably still like devote a turn on Coenza and see if it can go like south and east. So I kind of want to just, get more roads up. It just makes travel a little bit easier. Really never a fan of wheat, especially if it's not like in a good farm triangle like this isn't. So we're going to get rid of this, get rid of the stone. Essentially try and burn the 4 charges on Anasazi before the era ends. Okay, so that's not really the path I was wanting a trader to take to get to Auckland. So I'm going to see if the route from Coenza is any better. This archer's getting swarmed again, and this barbarian went up to a man-at-arms, probably because I made a man-at-arms. Which is kind of annoying, but also that means other civilizations are probably in a very real danger right now of being overrun by barbarians. They did pull pretty far ahead of me here for the scientist. There's no way I'm getting it. However, I have no competition for the trade route. So that's pretty good. If I can take this for 2 era score, I basically just need to find one more barbarian camp, potentially. Or one more something. This guy's healed enough. Let's get this stuff and then worry about the rest. I'm thinking I'm going to buy Reyna. The 3 gold thing is pretty nice. Contractor is insane with purchasing districts with gold, but it requires a lot of micromanagement to make that work. You can also just buy a money and like cycle through suzerain bonuses. Just buy the governor. I did. Okay. So you can assign her to a city state. I'm going to assign her here. And 5 turns. The reason I'm doing that is I think that's worth 2 or 3 era score for being their first suzerain. And this doesn't get me a path to Auckland, so we're just going to go back to Bogota here, and we'll just go east to Auckland and not worry about anything. 1 tribal village left on the map, so I'm not going to be able to get that one. Find barbarian outpost. So I'm going to clear this. That'll put me at the 83. I have this one. It's going to be pillaged. This one I don't have anything in range of. I might be able to get this one in like the 6 turns or whatever that I have. This guy just needs to run up here and heal. Okay, 2 era score there. I should be fine then on getting this golden age. I'm really struggling on this because I overshot the previous golden age by so much. And if you don't have dramatic aegis on, you really don't want to go over it by any more than necessary. All right, that got boosted, so let's finish that one off. Start moving up. Start moving him out. This will move to Auckland. Hopefully I don't lose the trader. Oh, and I can't embark yet. That's a little disappointing. I can take out this copper and this wheat. I don't want to take out the citrus. Oh, I can't take out the citrus actually. Maybe that sheep, if I can get there in time. Okay. So I've got our era score, which means I can just sort of hang out for the next few turns. Don't need that one. +2 charge us on builders is absolutely absurd. It's almost like the same effect as having the price of your builders. And I'm going to want that in, but not until Magnus is doing his thing. These guys want me to recruit a great general. I'm unfortunately not going to have the resources to do it this era. Cat's scratching at things. I think you might be able to see him hanging out back behind his little play tube. However, I do need to AFK again. 1 second. So here B, and you know what? Let's fix the. I'll fix this thing. Maybe we won't do anything about the text just yet. Back in just 1 moment. I am back. Was changing the heat in my apartment, and my cat was apparently hungry. So, I'm going to take care of that. So, civics here, mercenaries. The 50% discount on unit upgrades is pretty good. Resource discount can be okay if you have to upgrade a whole bunch of things at once, but in general, I don't think that one's very useful. Economic policy is nice. I'm just gonna go mercenaries. Might seem kind of weird getting military techs here when there is no one left on my continent to oppose me militarily. But I am going to run into another civilization at some point here. And at that point, I would really like to be ahead of them by enough that I can just absolutely crush them. I'm not going to take out this barbarian camp until the next era, but I do want to be in position to do it. We now have our veteran as well, which the encampment and harbor district production bonuses are very, very nice, as well as the buildings for them. If I do that, I'm going to have to give up the ancient wall bonus. I think I'm going to switch after the walls are done in my capital, just because really I shouldn't even have to make walls in my capital, but whatever. I thought I had already done it. This warrior, he's probably just going to get absolutely crushed by barbarians if he runs into them. So I'm going to try and go along the coast to explore and then get back to my main city, or my main cities. And hopefully I'll be able to do that. I could move these guys, but like I said, I kind of want them to just be in place. So here's my trader, and I believe, okay, I already sent the trader out to Auckland, so this is my second trader. This guy, he could be used to just set up road networks right now, or I could wait for 5 turns and see what the things want to do. But I also just really want roads, so I think I'm going to go Quincy and just see how far south I can get. Can I get to Bogota? Can I get to Pella? And just get a road network set up. I don't want to go up here because if I do, chances are the trader is just going to go along the coast, and that doesn't really accomplish my goal of building roads. I could also go for an international trade route to a city-state if it gets me roads. It does have a higher yield than if I do a domestic one, but it isn't as convenient. You may have noticed my cities all have pretty high strength. One of the factors of strength is the highest melee unit you have built determines strength. And since I did make this man-at-arms, everything is pretty strong now, as far as my city defenses go. 2 charges left. So 1 charge here. I did get the ability to go in the water, so I could like rush over here and like destroy these crabs if I want for a resource. I think I'm going to send this trader all the way down to Caracas. It doesn't go to Pella that way, but I will get pretty close on the road. And that does give me like the best coverage for a road network. Pretty awful yields, but I mean, can't really do much about that. I guess I could get double the yields if I go to Pella. But Pella wouldn't get anything. I mean, it's one of those things where like double nothing is still nothing. So let's just get roads built. Firing off that suzerain is kind of unfortunate, but I wasn't able to. At least I didn't think I could pull it back. But trust, we're just going to continue on. That's trying to hang out on the webcam. Looks like you only see his tail though. These guys are unfortunately outside of city strike range because that only goes to 2 tiles. If Pella gets an encampment at some point, what I'll probably want to do is put it either here or here. That way I'll be able to strike out to like this area. We'll have a little bit more zone of control. This also kind of gets alleviated when I eventually get a city out in this region. And I'm going to have that volcano for some pretty insane food. It's going to fortify my warrior. I don't think I'm going to be putting on the gold reduction upgrade thing anytime soon, so we're just going to upgrade this guy to a crossbow right now. We're also going to have to get this guy upgraded. Don't really want to forget about him. He's just been up here to guard. Probably doesn't have to be anymore since like both of these have walls so they can shoot down any enemy ships. Getting one of the governments here is going to be pretty strong. I'm not going to want that until the next era hits, though, obviously. It's a matter of which one I want. And with that, I think what I'm probably going to want to do is go Divine Right. Reason for that is I can use some of the like economic policy ones that are like in the military area for that. And I can also leverage the 2 wild cards pretty well. Merchant Republic and Reformed, neither of them, you only get 1 wild card, which is kind of bad. I don't really have enough governors to make Merchant Republic great. The 15% production towards districts is good, though. Theocracy is very religion focused, which I'm not on. Monarchy, technically I have walls, so it's not the worst. The extra influence points is also nice because I'm going to be able to grow things a little bit quicker. So we'll go for that. Actually, city. I guess I'm not going to hit size 10 anytime soon. So what I'm really going to need for that is these feudalism farms. So in that case, let's just grab theology first, I guess. And then envoys. I'm going to put both of these at 3, but I'm going to do it once the next era hits. I'm going to leave this one on until the wall is done and then switch over to this. So once theology finishes, this will switch over. Those things heal. No, no moves remaining. This turn I'll get that last one. Looks like I couldn't get all of them before the era, but that does mean I will get a little bit more science and culture out of it, I think. Maybe it goes by the era when it was made. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so it does actually go by the current era, not when it was made. Make a dedication. I can go monumentality again, which is nice. But I'm not really making enough gold to leverage it. And I didn't really feel like I got a whole lot out of this. We can do free inquiry again, even though, like I said, I didn't feel like I got a whole lot out of it. I think we're going to get a lot more out of it this era, though, since I just have the districts in place. So we'll try that. So I can switch here. I can start getting construction in place, which I don't really want. Let's go education, and then something I really need to do is start getting wonders in that I want. This is going to have to build a market. Technically, I can do that one. Machu Picchu's good. Apadana is also really good. And Apadana has to be built next to the capital, which, if I want to do a theater square, means it has to be right here. I also need builders. Just kind of behind on everything. You're going to get Apadana in. I'm just going to delay on the well, maybe not. Maybe it's not worth delaying. Getting that one production for free is not bad. Let's see. It's 135 production. I get one per turn, but I also get a 50% bonus. So really that thing is only costing like 80, 85. Actually, 90. I can't math. Gaining the housing and the general point, that was pretty good. So I think we'll go barracks into that. That's and the only reason I'm doing that though is because I do have my new government policy. And then we're just going to go right for divine right here and get an entirely new government as well. The production discount from this is just too good to not use. We are in the next era. These guys want their general still. Courser, Trebuchet, and Merchant. That nice thing about the barracks also is I'll gain one production off of it for this as well. Oh, actually, no, that's only for when making units. Okay. This one should be pretty good, though. You can see here, production has just gone way up. Same is true for this city. In fact, there is an argument to make that I should go. Well, first, I should lock in the harbor. Then, after the harbor's locked in, there is an argument that I should just make a builder here and get 4 charges to go like upgrade, upgrade, and like upgrade and upgrade or something, or even like drain these marshes and make the cattle. We also just got Sinbad, who is another really good. He's another really good one of these. Great thing about him is he can just sail the oceans. He's also able to raid like coasts, cities, all this stuff, and just get you a whole bunch of gold really quickly. However, you do not have the production to make him in a timely fashion. So Anasazi is still alive. So that's why this one's not doing anything. Our great works, yeah, we're not really getting much out of these right now. Just have this guy inch forward, I guess. If I move up further, that slinger's going to get me. Don't want to do that. I do want this guy to chase down that scout, though. Got myself another unique general. All right, World Congress. We haven't met anyone. It also looks like our trader got pillaged, so that's kind of unfortunate. I thought he was going north and would be safe. I've got 0 diplomatic favor because I hold 2 enemy capitals. Um, so we're basically just going to guess at something that would be nice. If I get either of these, it'd be cool. Didn't get them. Not that surprising. I do think it's funny that great profits are being outlawed. Gonna take surplus logistics because being able to grow that settler city. Actually, no, maybe we're not gonna do that. I'm gonna start with Pingala. And then I'm gonna put him in Kumana because that city is generating a lot of science. And then losing a trade route there is pretty bad. Never even got the road set up. Now we're gonna have to make another trader. When this harbor's done, I'm gonna make a lighthouse first, so I get +1 trade route. Um, so places where I can make a trader quickly. And go with this city. I also think I'm just gonna have this guy wait until I can escort him. And then we're gonna destroy these crabs. Oh, we're actually out of that. Okay. I might try and just sail that thing east then. See how far it can go. And this guy's gonna go try and escort the warrior. And then he can heal. Can't attack because it's on a hill. So I'm just going to wait a turn. I don't want to give that heavy chariot the chance to get any free XP. Or the chance to wipe out the camp. I'm not going to switch. I don't think I'm switching policies here. Yeah, I'm still good on that. Let's go next turn. Oh, I forgot to set civil service to something else. Okay, divine right. We're still good there. The heavy chariot took an attack, which is nice. Kill that. Wipe out the camp. Get a nice 3 free era score. Probably going to end up with another camp spawning down here, which would be fine. I was going to put these generals on sleep mode. Let's actually just be sure. Where are they? That's the only one I know of, so we're just going to go up for it. I guess this guy can meet him. Let's see if I can actually sail east. All right, great person. +1 trade route. We definitely wanted this one. Those other guys are going to get this. I can't stop it. Don't really care about this one, but I do want a general at some point. The next one's going to be a lot more expensive too. So recruit that. Who's the next merchant? Governor title or new? I mean, that's whatever. +1 trade route capacity is great. This does kind of introduce the issue of needing to now make yet another trader. I'm going to be making like 5 traders in a row here, but when they're all up, I mean, the gold intake is going to be pretty nice. We are going to be wanting a whole bunch of merchants this game as well. I think I mentioned this yesterday, maybe, but we have corporation mode on. And there are a couple of resources that we have a pretty nice amount of, especially like citrus. So getting a bunch of great merchants that I don't actually care about is not the worst thing in the world, because I can then turn them into making corporations and monopolies and stuff. And we'll be doing a lot of those later on to just kind of like fund an economy. Actually, construction. I'm not going to be making a watermill anytime soon. It's not a huge amount of savings. I do, however, want this military engineering still. Especially since I have the policy card right now that makes the building it gives me cheaper. Oh, someone else got Machu Picchu. That's a little disappointing, but also my own fault for not like seriously going for it. Apadana is the one I really want. Like, if I have to pick only a couple wonders throughout the game, it's Mausoleum and Apadana are the just by far the most important ones. Quincy here is actually not in a position to make Mausoleum. Oh, it has to be adjacent to a harbor. I see. So Pokrovia would actually be able to make it since our harbor is right here. I could put it right here. Um, that would then potentially enable something like a water park here and a theater here. Which city makes which? I don't really know. Alternatively, there is a harbor right here, so I could go. No, I think we're gonna put some map text down in order to keep track of these. Harbor there. Um, see if can I find Mausoleum in this? If not, I'm just going to use the generic wonder. There we go. Mausoleum there. But, that doesn't work because Mausoleum would need to be next to the theater in order to get the bonus. So it would have to be like a triangle of. It would only work if I could put it on these horses. Unless, can water parks go on lakes? I believe they can. Well, even if they can't, I guess I could go theater and then like entertainment for amenities. It's not really sure which city is making which here. That's a good spot for new barbarian outpost. Got one right here as well. That man of arms is a bit of a threat. He can potentially kill the warrior in one attack. So it's a good thing I sent something back to escort him. Let's continue with that. Mhm. The spearman's putting me in a tough spot. I could potentially do a whole bunch of damage to that man-at-arms. Enough that my warrior would be okay, but the spearman's sort of pressuring me. I'm going to have to kill that first. Spearman's here, so the man-at-arms is here. He can move here. He won't be able to get into that forest. Or he moves back here. And go like this. Sorry, I didn't realize I was leaning off camera. I don't know, maybe I should make the camera a little bit wider again. I narrowed it today. I'm, still playing with all the layouts. Not really sure what I like the most. I'm just going to save envoys. When I do start finding other city-states out there, it'd be nice to be able to just dump a bunch on them right away. I moved the warrior uh, down closer to the man-at-arms because this way I can have a support bonus for the crossbow next turn if I need it. Or for the crossbow to support the warrior if I need it. I don't think the negative defense or the positive defense is going to matter a whole lot. I just kind of wanted the movement to protect me. All right, barracks is done here. So we're going to go for the wonder. 48 turns if I emphasize production. Same if I don't. I could buy this granary because I'm approaching my housing limit. What I really need is amenities, not housing or food. I think I'm just going to wait, and maybe I can buy a trader. These trade routes should be worth quite a bit of money right now. Oh, right. Money from that camp. Well, now I can 100% buy a trader. I think it's the same price in any city. Yeah, 435 everywhere. So what I probably want to do is just buy it in a spot where I'm going to be making the route. And previously I was going Caracas to Cuenca, so that's what I'm just going to continue with. The man-at-arms did move over to me. I get that attack in. a lot of damage my warrior would take. I'll just keep slowly retreating. And given that the road made it to here, I'm actually going to change the trade plan a little bit and actually make the trade route go to Muscat. Because I'm going to get a lot more gold out of doing it this way. The reason I'm really just kind of like trying to emphasize gold off of the traders is gold is essentially converting into production later on to just start buying all this stuff. So by focusing on gold, I get to focus on production essentially. Printing is a pretty key tech. It's got the best wonder in the game with a wildcard policy slot, even though all of the policy slot ones are pretty close. But I do want to just continue the plan to military engineering here. And I am going to go down for this barbarian camp. I think we can still beat it. And that money is probably going to be going towards making a building somewhere or upgrading these more obsolete units. And then these guys are going to go for this other barbarian camp. So you can see here I have finished commercial hub, now the market, we have university. That university is fantastic for science and housing and all that. However, we have to have the market first because we need the trade route. Getting this commercial hub at +3 is pretty nice as well. I think we already got the splendid one, but +3 there is also giving us +3 science from the era. This one's only +2. This one just finished as a +4. So that one's also pretty good. And this commercial hub is also +3. So like these two, just for the adjacency with the era, we're getting 7 science out of nowhere, basically. Let me double check my government policies here and see if we have the plus 100% commercial hub and harbor. Okay, it doesn't look like we do. These guys are going to need to advance kind of slow. This is completely open space, so I can get attacked. I'm going to have the crossbow go across the river to make it a little less likely. Or I guess it can be completely empty, which is just as well. At 241, we're gaining 44.9 a turn, which is pretty nice. This trader is almost done, so there's not really going to be much of a reason to spend money on him. However, we are probably going to spend money on a builder in this city very soon. It's how much money? 370. So we're 2 to 3 turns away. I'm just going to leave this archer back here. It looks like that's a pretty bad scientist for a strategy. It's not enough faith to really make a difference at this point in the game. And given how few holy sites I'm going to be making, I don't know that's very good. Well, actually, let's think about this for a minute. This is one of my few really good holy site areas. I'll be able to get +4. And our holy site adjacencies, other than natural wonders, are really nothing other than mountains. With just a +4, I don't really feel like I want to invest that much in it. Like, if I had a holy site right here where I'm getting a volcano and then 4 more mountains for a +5, I don't know, maybe I would consider it. But on just a +4, this thing is effectively worth 4 science a turn, and it's going to be a while before it's up and running. So I'm going to pass, and that will give me essentially a discount on the next great scientist, who will hopefully be better. And hopefully these guys will buy this one soon. You do have to be careful when you pass, because sometimes the AI might not be in a position to actually buy the new great person anytime soon, in which case, you just get stuck without any great people at all. But in this case, there's someone else who's close enough that I think that it's not really a danger. I guess we'll know in the next turn or two. Cartography is pretty nice. Cost is not the strongest wonder in the world, but it is a very nice one for convenience. Fishing boats are good. Just actually having a navy is good too. Mass production lets me boost harbors, so they start giving production there. Basically, what I'm debating here is if I want to finish military engineering before I have an aqueduct built. The problem with that, like, I do have the ability to make some aqueducts here. This city should absolutely get an aqueduct in, or at least queued up so it's cheaper. I can also queue up the dam to make that cheaper. And we are going to lock these in. But it's going to be a while before those are done. Pretty long while. And Pella can do one, but I think we've said before, they are going to be making settlers go out everywhere. Bogota can unfortunately not make an aqueduct anywhere. Neither can Cuencia. Don't think either of these can either. Let's just double check. Yeah. They can, however. It's only the one tile, so you know what? I'm going to harvest the marsh, and then I'm going to lock it in. But I'm not going to build it yet. So since my general is in range to attack that one, he did get a bonus because you do get an era score bonus for your general's first kill in an era. I think it's just one general. It's not every single general. Anasazi here is about to die. Would have been nice if I got to use a little bit more than just the 6 charges, but I can't really do anything when I can't get off this continent yet. This guy's just going to hang out. Then this builder, we are going to clear the marsh. And then this trader, I do want a little bit more of a road network. This one was going to Muscat. Maybe I should send Pella up to Cumana and just get a little bit more of a road network that way. Alternatively to Venta or Auckland just to get like an east-west. What gives good money? I mean, this one's production and money. We do want money more than anything. Let's go with that. All right, so now we have a campus here, which was finished. Can make the library. I get the one science out of that from the person earlier, but really just want to get the lighthouse in to get another trade route. And we also need to lock in the other district. Getting that commercial hub would be nice, but it's not as important. We also have to harvest the quarry first. So instead, I think that what I want to do is actually put down the theater. That way, that's locked in, and then I can just plan on doing the mausoleum as soon as the lighthouse is done. And this guy we're just going to send down here. This man-at-arms, we're just gonna get these things healed. Wait for new barbarian outposts. This one is kind of far. This one's kind of far as well. After they're healed, we'll start sending things out for them. Like these two can go east, and I don't know, we'll find something to go west. For this one, though, the iron is out of range, as is this rice. So I don't really feel like I need to rush and like buy out these tiles. This is just a grassland, it doesn't really matter. So for my remaining 3 charges here, I want to take advantage of Liang's abilities. And in order to do that, we're going to have to buy some tiles. We're going to need this one, and then probably this one. All right, and this guy, I kind of want to delay on this commercial hub for a little bit and get the settler up. The settler is going to be more valuable. We got monarchy, so we are going to be government switching here. And I don't have industrial zones yet. Getting the commercial hub would be nice. Merchant points would be even nicer. Yeah, let's go guilds. That actually has some value here. New government. Take that. Get a pretty nice bonus to influence. It's a production bonus. Don't really need more units yet. I could put this in and save, or yeah, save a little bit of money, which is not bad. And then I can swap to the gold discount when I want to upgrade my next few units. So I'll do that. This thing is some nice yields, but I would much rather just have some great people points. I think I need a general. I am just getting points passively on that. So I'm just going to go with writer because it's kind of hard to get writer points right now, and getting a couple of great writings would be kind of cool. All right, so 10.5 influence points is fairly solid. No sense in using more envoys. Actually, just going to attach this guy. One less move to do every turn. Do anything this turn. Oh, we wanted to check great people. That scientist did get taken, it looks like, which is good news. Newton is pretty nice. I think Hypatia is better just because libraries are so much cheaper. But getting a nice bonus on universities here is also pretty good. And I guess we're not winning the race to it. These two are quite a bit closer. So we're going to need to get more scientist points, it looks like. Seems like I'm just not doing too well compared to the other civilizations as far as great people points go. That's probably to be expected given that I don't really have a whole lot of buildings up. Next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to buy this tile and put a fishery there. And then while I'm waiting for the money for that, I'm going to run this builder over here and finally get this pasture repaired. I have 2 charges, so I can repair this, farm the rice, and then put something right there. This warrior is finally back in home territory. And then I just kind of need to wait until I have the money in order to upgrade them. He's not really a high priority though, compared to some of the other things we need to use money on, like rush buying a trader when this is done, and like buying that one tile we were just talking about. And apparently replacing a trader that just got plundered. Heal this crossbow. These two are going to go take out this camp and then probably just go east and take out this camp. And that'll at least be a good chunk of the money I need to replace the trader I just lost. One reason I was trying to focus on doing land routes for traders is that keeping the sea routes clear is a lot more of a hassle until you can take the Golden Age policy that prevents it. I wasn't really expecting to have quite as many of these pillaged on something that should have been fairly clear. That's also what these settlers are going to be good for, is just keeping more area clear. I could be like using this warrior, like, fortify him on a hill somewhere. What would be a good hill? If you take a look. Oh, I don't want a full screen map. I want this. If I put the warrior on something like here, here, or here, I can actually do quite a bit of fog busting. It's probably like the best thing I can get from him right now, so that's where he's just going to hang out. Similar for this archer. Until I have the money to upgrade him. This guy, we're going to move up. I am going to have to do a little bit more for era score. Barbarian camps are nice, but it's not going to be enough to get me a golden age. And I'm also too close to a normal age to count on being able to go dark age. Especially if I want to be getting like a couple of these wonders here, like Abaddana and something. And Mausoleum. So I am going to need to think a little bit about how to get some points. Actually, how many points do I'm going to need to get 133 points. If I am able to clear like maybe 4 more camps. I think there were 3 era score this time. Maybe there were 2. So let's go with assuming there were 2. That would mean I need to get 13 more points. No, 11 more points. In addition to camps, so I am going to have access to coal. Or no, I'm sorry, I'm going to have access to niter, so I could do like a musket man or whatever the unit's called. I can potentially found a desert city or a tundra city. Do I have horses yet? I do not have horses. Interesting. So that horse I have up north must not be hooked up. I guess it was farmed over. So I can do something with that. That give me 4 points. Maybe a city near a volcano, or not sure what else. Corps and armies are available. I am going to have an admiral potentially before the era is over, and he does form a fleet or whatever it's called. I think it's fleet. Armada's the second tier one, I believe. Let's see, some repeatables. I'm not going to have enough gold or faith because I think these require over 50% of the cost. Abaddana can get me 1. City of Awe, if I decide to go make that 1 city for the holy site. Okay, I think we've got enough points available. So we're going to do that. This guy, I guess I have to camp up here too. Let's go deal with that. $327. Let's get that purchased. This way I know that like whatever gold I have can go to like unit upgrades and buying traders and whatever else. So I've got barbarian skirmishers now. Hill and forest. Upgraded. You can use the lost charge on the fish over here. This city is doing pretty good now in food growth. It is out of housing though. It's not going to grow very quickly. I have to give it the granary, but we'll do that after it has the other buildings that it needs. Of course, now they actually decide to fight the barbarians, not when I was needing to. He can't cross the river, but just run him back here to safety, I think. These are only really 3 moves. Yeah, okay, so as long as I stay ahead, they can't catch me. This guy really needs to upgrade. I think if I can get some gold saved up, I'm gonna put that policy card on. I need like, how much would I need? Two archers and a warrior. So like 360. I think I'd need like 800 gold even with those policy cards to upgrade. We'll see if I can get to it. Looks like barbarian camp is empty though, which is kind of handy. Skirmisher is on one of these 2 tiles. If I cross here, my archer can get attacked. If I cross here, he can potentially, yeah, like if they can go here, they can still attack. And I'd be on bad terrain, so we're gonna go right here. Let's figure out where the niter is, because I didn't really look. I just want to make sure it didn't mess up any of my plans. Okay, so 6 on the continent, and none of them are on tiles that really mess with me. So that's good. Alright, this one's harbor is done, so we're gonna go lighthouse. Still getting more free science off of the era ability. one on this one, so I'm gonna need another trader. How much are the traders right now? 460. All right, so 4 turns I'll have the replacement, and then a few more turns after that for the other one. Hopefully that chariot doesn't take the free camp. Half a housing here is actually not that awful. Because now it's going to be able to grow and not actually lose or be over the housing cap. A castle. Could go like metal casting and grab siege units, but I don't need them. Casa I would really like, but I'm just so far behind on what it feels like every production right now that I wouldn't be able to start it. Those 3 merchant points per turn, though, are so nice. Not to mention the governor titles. I mean, both printing and cartography are pretty good here. I'm nowhere near getting the boost on this. If I get that one scientist, which might happen, I guess, I'd still have to build a second university. So let's take this up to the boost point and then decide again from there, because like none of these techs are really pressing at the moment. Wait, I thought this was built in water. Oh, dumb. Okay, well, I messed that up pretty bad. Oh, it's built on a water tile. All right, well, let's correct that. I could build it in Quencia. Nice thing if I do it in Quencia is I can actually just make a couple of builders and chop it out. I wouldn't have a theater next to it, though. Where else do I have a harbor where I could maybe recover? I mean, I guess I could put it right here, but this city has basically nothing for production. I get some mines, but that's not great at all. I guess I can still use a theater square with a maybe do like an entertainment center and a water park. That would give this thing some pretty nice adjacencies. And then it would just have to be down here. So if I do that, I'm going to want to really be buying a bunch of builders. If I just do this slightly less efficient. 7 turns on each of those. Okay, we'll put Liang in right here. Get the 2 builders. That'll be 8 charges. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Also make, like, we are building these pretty quickly. Let's just do a few of them. We'll pump out a few builders and start chopping over here. So it would take 7 turns and then probably about 11 to get into place. I'm thinking here is if I want to reassign Magnus in order to get the chop bonuses. If I do that, I am going to have to delay the settler. I can still make it while he's not present. I just don't want to finish it while he's not present. Or I can try and finish it before the builders are ready to do their thing. And while he's not there, what I can do is I can just work on probably work on the like watermill or greenery. I could also just work on that right now, especially the watermill because it does pay for itself eventually. So I could do something like this. I don't really like that. I have what? 7 turns before I need to move this over here to. Yeah, I should just do it like that, I guess. I hate delaying the settler. Getting 3 arrow score on these camps is pretty nice, though. It does take some of the sting out of this. This warrior, I am going to probably fog bust right over here. The thing is, I don't want to fog bust all of the land because I still want barbarian outposts to be spawning. I just don't want them spawning close to where my traders are moving. Either this hill or this hill would be decent spots. I think I'm going to put on this hill just because a lot of the volcanoes have been firing off. And I would kind of like to not lose units to volcanoes. Speaking of, a lot of wonders are firing off on the other continent. I don't usually see that happen very often. Maybe it's just because there's so few on this landmass that everyone's like trading between each other and it's relatively peaceful. I don't like that I have to expose my crossbow like this to get vision on them. Oh well. Another 2 era score. And a bunch more money. We're at 458. That would be enough to buy another trader. I don't think anyone... Yeah, no one wants a trade route, but that doesn't really matter. If I could get a trade route in this city, that'd be pretty nice, especially if it's like production gold. Although it has a pretty good road network. Do you have anything that doesn't? Kumana to Leventa would be kind of nice, or just anything to Leventa. These guys aren't really going to be getting a good road network anytime soon. And we're just buying it here because that way I can save a turn on moving. Down at 17. Lighthouses soon. How much are those to buy, just out of curiosity? I can't tell. Alright, well, it's a great people. Yeah, I'm nowhere near like being in the running for this, unfortunately. I don't want them to be on fortify. I want them on alert. Same with this one. I'm gonna have them like just stop on this hill. And then yeah, 4 gold, 1 production is pretty good, I guess. Just have these guys sit here and sleep, or not sleep, but heal. First builder's almost done, and he's established. Fortunately, I'll be able to sail down to that city. I might have to put some funds into buying tiles. I might temporarily, when Guilds is done, put on the policy that lets me buy tiles a bit cheaper. I am going to have to use the forest on something other than the wonder, unfortunately, because I need to clear that tile. So I got more trade route capacity as well. So I'm going to need yet another trader. Don't really care about the religion. Guess I don't really need this for my government right now either. Medieval fairs. It doesn't really do a whole lot for me right now. In a lot of games, having the theater adjacency is really strong. But given that I have 0 theaters right now, it's pretty weak. So let's just grab naval tradition and get the harbor adjacency. Although I don't really have a policy slot to put it in. Let's just double check. Okay, so I could do the commercial hub district. I would lose the campus adjacency, but since I get science equal to my commercial adjacency, I think I actually come out ahead here. I guess if I don't, I can swap back in a few turns. Well, there's at 60.3 science, so let's just confirm. Yeah, I went up very slightly. But I also get some gold out of it. Alright, that's got its market done. I do need mausoleum here, but I don't want to put it down until I can clear the tile. So I'm just going to go like granary and let the forest help finish it, I guess. Unless there's something else I want. I guess I could go to the lighthouse instead. 1 food, 2 housing. It costs twice as much, but the food bonus is much better. In the same housing. Honestly, I'm not sure what I was thinking. I probably should have just built the lighthouse instead of the market and Quincy E4. It's probably just an oversight on my part. More envoys that I do not care about using. Governor title. Don't care about either of those. That one's not bad, but I don't really want it. I think I'm going to go Pingala. And I'm running way behind on culture compared to science. So I'm going to take that one. He's not really in the largest city, but whatever. Still helps out of my culture a little bit. All right. So that's what we're going to do here. 6 turns on the watermill, and then we go back to the settler, which is 12. So ideally, I want to be done with all of the chops and stuff up here in 13 turns. That way I have time for Magnus to reestablish himself. Got a World Congress coming in a few turns too. I wonder if they'll turn Great Profit points back on. Or if not, it's almost tempting to make Stonehenge just as a joke, to have like the only religion that the world's allowed to have. And then just, not do anything with the religion at all. I thought I was going to clear this marsh. I must not have had a tile for it. Or must not have had a charge. Same with setting up the furs. Just very short workers. 172. The builder's 105. It's kind of tempting to just like chop in builders with Magnus. So I can do that. I did not put in the policy card for cheaper tiles. I guess it slipped my mind. If I even have it, let's just double check. No sense in like beating myself up over missing it if I just didn't even have it. Okay, I guess I never even got that policy card. What tech was it attached to? I know I saw it. Hmm. Is it a really early tech, even? Yeah. I mean, early Empire has an economic policy one. So I should have at least that one. Yeah, right here, land surveyors. I guess it's only a 20% discount right now. So I mean, that doesn't even get me an entire extra tile. So I think that what I might do is just be a little more selective and only buy the forest tiles. Or the woods, I mean. Since they are more hammers. And then I will still use like builders to clear rainforest and jungle, but I'm just not gonna like go out of my way to get more of those tiles. This guy is really not great, but he can at least explore pretty easily. And if I pass, like, no one else is getting one anytime soon. World's first seafaring unit. Well, that tells me that whoever is on the other continents that are match me in science somehow do not have anything as far as naval tech goes. All right, begin voting. So producing or purchasing military units. Oh, it's been so long since I've played. I forget which one the AI really likes to focus on. I thought it was them liking to vote down using gold. Which kind of sucks if it is, because I'm using so much gold, but I mean, whatever, I can just use it on buildings. This one I don't remember at all. And grievances are also irrelevant. Okay, well, things are producing 50% cheaper. That's nice. And there's only one barbarian camp right now on my continent. I wonder if everything is on the other landmass and they're just not clearing them. Or if everything is just ending up on like little tundra islands at this point. I'm gonna send this archer up. This guy I'm just gonna let heal for the moment. Wait, can't go in ocean. Oh. Oh, I need cartography for that. And that's past the boost point. Well, switching research then. And this guy. Is there any coast that I haven't actually explored on my landmass while I wait for this? Looks like over here. I can't really get anything over there easily. I want this guy back in my territory. Trebuchet, Courser, General is what I need. Oh, I should use one of these charges right here to get that horse hooked up. Because I do need that Courser. And I'm going to let this guy After Apodana's done, make my trebuchet. Next highest priority tile after these woods is to clear the campus, because when this hits size 7, I'm going to want to put it down right away. And I would kind of like to not increase the price of the district further. So I could go diplomatic service here. Getting the Chancery building is kind of nice, although I haven't actually built the district that goes in. Pella got my government plaza. I do need to figure out which will get the diplomatic quarter. And honestly, I'm not really sure yet. Hey, the city's going to have the population for it, so I could maybe do it here. Like diplomatic quarter here, and then potentially like some districts over here if I need. Otherwise, I don't really think I have a good spot for it. Maybe up here, but I mean, it's, I don't know, it's such like a bad area. I mean, this is a decent city, but it has other things to make. I also need to harvest the stone. All right, rainforest is done. Is that my last charge? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that was my last charge. I'm getting horses from city-states now. Cool. Let's see, so this guy has 3 charges left. It would take 8 or 9 turns to get down there. Honestly, not worth it. Oh, whoops. Let's go with that. So 10 turns. I don't think I can speed that up any. No. So the only real way I could speed building up further here would be to buy another builder. I don't really want to do that. No, I guess we can use the 1 charge. It would still save me 2 turns. And I can put the food into the city, and I can still get a little bit out of it. I do wish I had a second economic policy slot here, because the harbor adjacency would be really strong alongside the commercial. I am going to put this one on though, because same reason as before, I'm just going to get a lot more science out of this. So from 66 to 71.6, yeah. It looks like he can actually sail out a little bit further now too. No, I guess not. Fortify these guys. Oh, there's another barb camp. Let's actually go for that instead. We'll send him up for this. That is a very late Temple of Artemis, but the AI doesn't really prioritize it, so I'm not too surprised. Actually, I'm more surprised that they even built it in the first place. In most of my games, I get Artemis. I don't know. I think I've just not played this game for so long that I've forgotten how to like build things correctly. I'm clearly just way behind in my economy and stuff. Maybe it's because I'm on a. I think I'm on the default difficulty level as well, which it's kind of one of those things in Civ games where if you fight against tougher opponents, progress tends to be a little bit faster because you start meeting them, trading with them, and actually advancing. Whereas if you have a whole bunch of weaker civs, you all kind of just progress slower. So that could be some of what's going on as well. I forget what difficulty I used to play this game on when I played it previously. I am going to be recruiting this merchant because if I pass, I'm just not getting a merchant for a very long time. I will be getting the writer, which is nice. I'm not going to be getting anywhere close on this, unfortunately. Actually, I am going to be getting close on the gold to rush by it, but not close enough. Let's recruit this. I might spend my faith on this guy, since I think one of these wants me to get a general. Yeah. And Trebuchet is coming up as well. And I did just. Wait, didn't I get a free policy slot out of that? I did not finish. Oh, did I build the wrong wonder? That's kind of embarrassing. I thought I built Alhambra. Oh. Okay. Well, it's a good thing I never claimed to be good at this game. Because that is very embarrassing. That's actually very, very embarrassing. Oh well. I'm sure the same thing happened in history at some point. So maybe that's accurate. Cartography next turn will be nice. Really kind of regretting burning this city now. It would have given me much better trade, like just a path for a road up here, and I wouldn't have had barbarian camps to deal with. I didn't think it was going to take this long to get settlers up. Getting mausoleum here is great though. Um, if I kind of shift gears over to more industrial zones, which I was kind of laying the groundwork for with this stuff and a couple other spots, uh, I will really like just be able to get more out of them since all the engineers now get +1 charge. And then this guy with his 2 charges is going to go over here. We're going to chop this rainforest down and lock in the theater district. That will probably finish the trebuchet as well. And once that's done, we're going to swap over to this wonder, and I am just going to like chop all these forests to get it done. Granted governor title. So, do I actually? I guess I don't have the ability to do a corporation or a monopoly here yet. But this guy's also not a very good merchant. So I'm actually not going to use him. I'm just going to sit on him and turn him into like an actual monopoly later for money. We did pass the Golden Age threshold as well, which is always nice to do. So that takes a lot of pressure off. And more trade routes. We're now at 3 out of 7, so we should probably be doing something about that. Oh, and 5 turns on this. I forgot to move Magnus. What, last turn? Now, I could be moving Magnus to here instead, so I get more out of these chops for the wonder. But, I mean, I just want these settlers. And I've been delaying them so much. I don't think anything gets adjacency bonuses to the diplomatic quarter. Let's double check. Yeah, nothing gets adjacency bonuses there, so I'm actually just gonna like build it off to the side. It could be like a defensive thing against like a spaceship if I were gonna go that route. But as you can see, I kind of want to like do the whole conquest victory. So we're just gonna get this thing built, and we're gonna put it hopefully out of the way. So I have a lot of gold at this point, so I'm just going to start buying traders. Oh, that's not good. Why is he not? Why do you guys not have moves? Oh, that thing just spawned too. And like auto moved into it. Oh. At least I can weaken it enough that if my archer lives, I should be able to upgrade him. I guess once I get to retreat with him, that is. Is this pellet a muscat? Doesn't really do anything as far as new roads go. Pellet to Auckland would. I was just gonna want the money. I guess if I put a city over here, it'd be nice to have a road that's at least somewhat in the region. Three. Oh, wait, he has 2 distance though for attack, so he can move like to here and shoot me. I guess assuming they don't have half price in woods, and I don't think they do, I think I can get away. It would really suck to lose that archer. Let's see, 3 to Leventa. Auckland. I'm gonna send this one to Leventa because I kind of want the road. This is going to have to delay by 1 turn. We were going to delay it by 1 turn is by let's not lock ourselves into that one yet. We'll do the granary for like 1 turn here. And these guys are just going to probably hang out here and sleep. I kind of want to guard that trade route. This guy's going to hang out and heal. And next time we change policy cards, I think I'm going to start focusing on upgrading my units. And focus on getting like a farm adjacency triangle going over here. This one does still have Liang, so I mean, I could also put like some fisheries in. Get like 3 good ones. I think if crab gives me adjacency, I can get 4 good ones. It does require I buy these tiles though. I mean, I can do that. All right, so this city also needs to contribute to a great person now, or great person, to a trade route. And I'm going to go with the lighthouse. Chop that in. Oh, I need that theater square in, and then we need to go back to Alhambra. The Great General and the Courser for these things. It's so annoying that I can't get this. That's a pretty nice scientist as well, but not going to get it. This is a great admiral, though. Fantastic, especially since I want trade routes. So that'll be nice to have. And I would like to get this great general. I mean, I've been trying all game. Get this courser as well. Just, they're free envoys. The courser is 960. I can't do that. I can build it though. We have 8 turns, and it's 7 until. I guess I can do something like this, and then maybe make up the production by buying the armory. All right, so that finally has us meeting someone. And now I actually have an idea of how I'm comparing to people. Crushing in culture, very similar in science. This is kind of basically how I was thinking things were going, where they were all focusing on science and not much else. The fact that they have such a weak military compared to mine, when my military is already really weak, um, says a lot in terms of like how strong these guys are. It's inspiration for diplomatic service. There's no chance that's happening. It also doesn't look like I'm going to get a free government switch anytime soon. I was thinking about if I could get um, the first envoy is +2 and save myself 1, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. I would like this though, 15% more science, and I get to dethrone who I'm assuming is the science leader. I also have the diplomat if I need to like rebase them. And I did put it at 5 rather than 4, just so we're not like going back and forth every turn. Also, this does get me like rite of passage with them, not that it matters. But also their map is very useful because it looks like I'm on the verge of circumnavigation, which I'm going to hold until the next era, but it's nice that it's there. I've had one more builder here too. I'd rather have the seafood hooked up than having the farm triangle. Let's look at the citrus. I think I might be able to set that citrus up as the trade good one. I forget what it's called. Corporation, maybe? Industry is what it's called. Need to control at least 2 of them to form an industry. I only have 1 citrus. So I have 1 here. I thought I had a lot more citrus than that. What do I have a lot of? I have coffee and truffles. Okay. Well, I could set up an industry on the coffee. Or I could just wait and maybe industry the citrus. I think we'll just I'll just make the plantation then. And we have to be pretty careful to not accidentally trigger a circumnavigation. It looks like this is the furthest east, so as long as the continent itself doesn't go eastward, I should be okay. The food going. Just backfilling tech. Although, notably, backfilling tech is actually a really bad idea um, on the higher difficulties, since backfilling tech is what will cause your districts to go up in price by quite a bit, since a lot of it is based on your total tax. Oh, I didn't switch him off the settler. Whatever. I don't mind trading at this point. This galley might send me back. If it does, I hope it sends my guy. I guess it doesn't really matter where it sends him. I have nothing on the East Coast. Unless I can maybe like send him to the city state. I don't think I can. Oh, that is pretty lucky. Oh, hi, Anna Martin. I did not see you. I don't know if you're still in chat. Looks like viewers are down. I am doing great, though. How are you? Okay, so we got our courser. I got a free promotion out of it as well. We're gonna move that siege unit off of the encampment just so that units can actually spawn on it again and pass through it. Now have settler out of Pella, first of many, hopefully, although these things took forever to get down. The commercial hub should actually happen after the next one. I'm going to put this settler, not really sure where yet. On the east coast would really help a lot in order to get circumnavigation. Up here would help me clear out fog. I'd mentioned the Holy City option. I don't think there's any resources over here I need, like, right this moment. Potentially it, like, stops these guys from putting cities down. But I don't really think that's good. I think I would just want a city up here. I'll probably do, like, the one Holy City district or something. Out of that, we have a couple of cattle here. Let's see if there's anything where I can do, like, a good campus or really good harbor. There's really not a whole lot with seafood adjacency to make a strong harbor. At best, I can get, I think, just a +2, because I don't think harbors get any sort of adjacency with reefs, but I can double check that. Yeah, nothing for reef. Keep hitting the world map on accident. So right here is 2 seafood, so I could potentially put like a harbor here, and then as long as a city is adjacent to it, like here or here, that'd be okay. Alternatively, 2 fish, so I could go like city, harbor, campus. Holy site. That could also work out all right. The campus would just be kind of a lower priority one. If I did that, and let's say I put like campus, theater, water park, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. This would be outside of the amenities range. But if it went like theater and the entertainment, I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, still wouldn't work. What if I put it like right here? Okay, so I don't think I would actually be able to do much as far as amenities go for a city like this, which is kind of unfortunate because it would be a really good spot. Maybe, let's see, what would a water park here do? Yeah, so one of like the big things a city over here would be able to do for me, I think, is amenities, but it's actually kind of positioned outside of where any of that could work. So I don't really know what that city would be doing. The other option, maybe I could get maybe I could put my city in another spot. Like if this were the harbor, city center right here, holy site, water park here would go. Maybe cover some amenities for something over here. Probably cover like 3 cities. Harbor. If the holy site were over here, though, and then like an entertainment. Okay, so I think that what we can do is we can put a water park right there. Holy site there. Theater there. And then this will be a really pathetic either harbor or commercial district or commercial hub. I think I just have to have one of the two though for the trade route, no matter what. I'm not sure if I don't think I can settle on the silver. If I could, this would be easy because then I could just like put the city center here and a harbor here. I can't put the city here because that would be out of range. If I were to put it like right here, I get a campus. Yeah, it seems that basically no matter what I do here, this city is just gonna be a filler city, really. Just none of the resources are set up very well. So let's actually abandon the amenities plan and just stick to like our main strategy. You go harbor there. No, whoops, wrong spot. Harbor here. Then campus next to this. City right there, and we can get double holy site adjacency. Still don't like that. Maybe we abandon the campus here and try for something different, like that. And then would potentially have a lot of food. I'd maybe like put an encampment out here or something if I just need to protect my coast. Still not thrilled about that as a city, but it would at least give me some pretty good road network around this stuff so I can move my units. And that's better than nothing, I guess. 16 turns to get up there. Kind of wish this city was a little more central. This one looks like it got boosted or finished somehow, so let's just do that one. Oh, we just hit the next era. I see. So I have all the new quests. Mass production for 2 of them. That's pretty good. Siege tactics for 1 of them. We still need the Great General. Kind of ridiculous. I think I'm just gonna save the faith because I'm gonna get this like just on its own. And if I don't, I can buy it when it's closer. So let's look at mass production and siege tactics. I'm just going to write off getting diplomatic service. Hicks on Dracones could be pretty good. Let's take a look at the continent map. So Laurentia is my starting continent, which would mean anything I settle down here is +3 population. Anything I settle over here, or basically most cities I'd be settling at the moment would be +3 population. So I kind of want to go for that one. The only other option would be reform the coinage. I don't get plundered and I get even more gold. 7 traders right now, it's worth 21. I think that would really only be worth like maybe, even if I doubled my trade route count, that's only like 40 or 50 gold a turn. So that doesn't seem that great. Monumentality. And the +2 movement for builders is pretty solid, but no. Let's we're gonna take that population. Start growing our empire a lot. So I was gonna escort. First thing I'm going to do here is get circumnavigation, and then I'm going to worry about the rest of the exploration. I'm also going to want to get these other 2 trade routes up. I think what we're going to do is maybe go for, let's see if these guys can get like a trade route to Muscat or Leventa. That'd be pretty handy. And then Krova. Oh. Same idea, but maybe I just do a trade route between these 2 to make a road. I do think I probably need to spend some gold here on this crossbow, though. I don't really want to wait for a policy switch, even though I just had one, I guess. All right, so their Leventa one actually goes south and over. This does their Muscat. Muscat has really good gold, though. This might be a little bit risky for a trade route. Oh, I'm getting a writer. Cool. What else am I getting? It's 2 housing and 1 amenities. The happy benefits empire wide are pretty good. So let's get another free trader. I might regret this. Okay, they're getting a pretty bad scientist instead. I am going to switch out of the diplomatic policy here, though. Whistlebanken is going to be pretty good with where I'm sending all of my trade routes. So I can get a pretty good benefit there. It will be slowing down my envoy gain a little bit, but I mean, I have a pretty good number of them saved up. I'm in pretty good shape as far as keeping them happy goes as well. All right, so mass production just needs a lumber mill, which basically just means I need to use one charge of one builder. In which case, I am more than happy to make a builder. Two housing and amenities on a campus. I'm going to put it on this one. Oh, and also my campus and my commercial hub no longer give like science and gold crossover. So I do need to actually change those policies now when I have a chance. And this one's just going to go to Muscat as well. Gold, food science, all of that stuff is good. No era score for the barbarian camp that time, notably. Which means I'm going to have to do this the old-fashioned way and not be completely awful. All right, so Great Works. Epidona holds any type. And this also holds any type. These things only hold relics. So I am going to need to start getting buildings down that can hold different great work types. We should be getting archaeologists and stuff pretty soon. That's 4 for 13 in open borders. Sure, whatever. Siege tactics. Well, that's now 2 civs that want siege tactics. What do I need for that? I'm guessing it's like 2 artillery or something. 2 trebuchets. I own 1 trebuchet already. Second one cost 960, so I could do that in a couple of turns, just buying one. In fact, if I do that, maybe I even then combine them into an army for era score, or core, whichever it is. However, we did hit the next era, and I looks like I'm closing in on 6 hours of streaming, which, kind of a lot, I guess. My throat's a little dry. So I'm going to save it here, and I'll pick this up next time I stream, which might be tomorrow. Probably will be. It looks like this is probably going to take about 4 streams in total, maybe, to finish the game. We're about, let's see, turn 221 out of 750, but really we're closer to like halfway through the game. So, yeah.